最棒小鹈鹕都不用改了。
开了开了。
等一下，
卡皮帕拉 is now
另
live
外有了
streaming Tango Tower 解谜游戏侦探卡皮上线。
艾斯塔是一只熊，Just Reading，我是第一名。
哦，对，我还要跟你说，你的那个直播的那个就是 DC 语音，你好像抓的很小声，有时候我会听不到其他人
是吗？
聊天的声音。
看一下，
你可以抓跟你麦克风差不多的大小，或者再小一点点。
卡皮安安，
哎，很难安安。哎，你明明正在聊天室里面，干嘛要？
是很难。
我们今天要来玩这个解谜游戏。噔噔噔，这款叫做
安安，
Tangle Tower。罗罗安安，
你们在说正事我就避。
没有啊，没有在说正事啊。
没有在说正事啊，我们在开杠而已。
对，梁小雨安安，大家晚安，大家晚安。
在讲那个，
因为我是都会把大家的那个进来之后，我会声音会调到差不多50级那边。
啊，
对，
哦，
那这样的话，我就要开到100这样子。
对啊，因为我昨天看的时候，我其实一直听不到其他人在讲话。
这样我 DC 这个主要电脑输出的部分可能要把它小声一点点，那应该就还好了。好啦，那今天大家可以直接进来帮助我一起解谜。
这是什么？哎，解谜这个封面我反而没看过哎。
这个可能比较小众吧，就直接先开始。
反正我在旁边吃东西。
创建档案，开始。Tangle Tower， 午后。
听起来感觉很像什么天国塔。
好，We are next to the lake。我们在湖边。鸟浴池。
这个画风好喜欢啊。
还不错。小鸟看起来很喜欢。哼着小曲子。嘟嘟嘟嘟。
太嗨了吧！
很可爱，这个很像鲁邦的那种感觉。拜托不要再唱了，直接被嘴
嫌弃。
对，直接嫌弃一波，好好笑。好，这个叫 Sally。Gamora， 你有没有地图？我有。案件档案。资讯还不够。他为什么要你呀？好奇怪啊！
他不是Gamora也是女的。
谋杀案的受害者 Vera Fellow， 在位 Vera Fellow 58岁， 绘制肖像画时死去，地点在佛罗拉塔，然后佛罗拉也在场，他正摆好姿势准备画像。哦，这个被发现平躺在地，胸口有一处刺伤，现场没有发现凶器，但是弗雷亚啊，这个应该是弗雷亚。弗雷亚未完成画作中的主人公拿着一把刀，刀尖上的红色液体不是颜料，而是血。哦，勇宝，这是什么？
好的啦，
地图。哦，哎，小杨安安，快进来语音，帮助我一起解谜一下。这是这个是什么动物？
Hawk, bear, lizard.
英雄 C 哦，艾斯坦，你觉得这个像是熊吗？
才不像嘞，才不像嘞，我哪有那么丑？
哎，哦，小杨玩过这个东西是不是？没关系，你可以进来再重温一次。
通通给皮质。
A hawk bear lizard.
一只英雄蜥蜴，这是什么？
烦嘞，
It's a stone carving. Wonder
这
how
个
it
是
got that.
石雕，
I think it's
好奇
supposed
怎
to
么
look
裂
like
开
that. It's an egg.
一颗熟蛋。哦，
It's a statue of some hideous,
丑陋
scaly
的
bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp.
这竖琴
呀贝，
压背。
Hang on a second.
仔细看看，
This
这是什么
isn't
啊？
just a regular
Something
statue.
tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
好怀念哦，好久以前玩的。
这个我感觉好像是什么密码锁的感觉。哦，目前这个谜团还没办法被破解，
It must do something.
它一定有什么作
You'd
用
hope。so, wouldn't you?
哦，竖琴雕像，一座古老且饱经风霜、手持大竖琴的两栖动物雕像。竖琴的4根柱节上面都刻有符号。这里有什么？
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
有
Not
没
a
有
single
鱼？
one.
一条都
Although
没
there
有
is。something in there.
It's a
Huh?
cassette tape. Or
卡带
used to be.
有，这个录音带，卡带被水弄坏了，标签上的文字也模糊不清。
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
非常的静谧啊，这边花园。哦，小杨很久以前就玩过这款游戏了，是吗？
嗯，对，
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
好
突然感觉我格格不入。
没关系啊，你可以看一下。
No, definitely.
我可以
因为
看，但
我
是
很喜欢解谜游戏。
应该这样讲，我可以看，但是我的最强功能就不见了。
信封被撕开了，里面只有一张纸密码画在另一张纸上，记住之后就赶紧毁掉。你说的我不同意，你去那下院是找不到的啊？什么意思啊？对吧？鸟笼
How do you know they're for birds? Oh.
哎，我想问一下，
哦
艾斯塔是第一次
An O on the floor.
就是看到我吗？还是你之前有在这个群？
我之前有在群组看到那个而且我会看卡皮的台，我有看到你在跟卡皮聊天。
就是 DC 聊天，你有看过对不对？
对啊，
那你应该知道我是专门猜来的吧？不能说专门啦，就是
猜得好啊
爆破啦。
爆破人员。
基本上
Tangle Tour
那个谁，只要人多一点，我就开始爆破了，然后爆破完卡皮就不能留的。
Should we?
哇
Not.
哇，
It's a little
原来不能
melty.
留档都是你害的。
没有没有，你目前记录已经连续2天了。
Start to move if you try to go
哇
inside.
那要继续保持加油哦。
I think you'll just fine. A path leading towards the stone square.
那你这边好像没什么要素可以看到了。
Should we ring the door?
Why would we not?
噔噔噔噔
It's a little melody.
，melody。我们应该现在先去上面还是右边？你们觉得呢？
右边吧，右边看起来比较小，
可是它上面有个箭头哎。
那就听他的好了，我也不知道。
哦，大厅拉比，这是什么
This one has a big P.
？Big P，
That's probably important.
那可能无比蠢。
How very P
好冷啊！
perceptive of you.
完了，
A
看来
big
是我们
letter F.
我们 Notion Start 的那个。
Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
大玻璃
There
管
are，weeds in there and sand.
马场沙子，
Could be, except there's nothing living in it.
面什么都没有。这是什么？
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
那还是一个很大的家族哎，这个，
好酷哦，
没有错，是大家族。
超大的那一种。
我要来看看有没有什么 NTR 的剧情。
没有，
哎
并没有这个游
哎
戏。
我
原来没有，没有。
关键是我出现了，我出现了。
德国骨科，
我们有牛头人。
有没有德国骨科？
游戏是合家观赏。
原本看着我的东西，看着看着，突然听到 NTR 我就来了。
哦，那个劲就来了，有没有？
对，刚差点睡着了。NTR， 可以有来了。
你的画风完全不对了。
你看那个台就是这样爆破来的，你知道吗？就是这样不能留着。
哇，他头发好长哦。
Let's take a look at that.
不知道为什
painting
么
first.
看起来很好吃。
There it is, the unfinished portrait of Flora Fillo.
Laura Fellow，
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Freya 画到一半的时候就被干掉了吗？
Looks that way.
看起来像这样。
我只能说我很喜欢这款游戏。
哦，
那推荐指数大概有10分，满分的话大概有几分
？8分。如果很喜欢解谜的话。
哦，
对。
大佑安安，欢迎大家一起进来 DC 跟我讨论这个剧情。手上拿着一把刀诶。
然后介上是血，所以那个档案里面写的血就不是他的血喽。
知道
I wonder if all of Freya's
哦
paintings are this creepy.
帮游戏推广一下，现在特价66块哦，大家可以去
Something
买
wrong
哦，
to
谢
find
谢。
something really weird about the murder
我刚也去查了，我也很心动，想要下手。
买了啦，66而已，少喝一杯手摇就有了。
真的
凶器很奇怪，
We didn't find a murder weapon.
我没有找到凶器。
但是在画风跟那个
跟这样子吗？
没有，画风跟解谜要素我很喜欢。
我也很喜欢这个画风，
对，很可爱。
不是这个拿着一把刀，尖端沾着血。哦，因为他刺杀了这个弗雷亚。
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
再改个小地方。这是什么？用来杀死，上面盖满，用来正义，拿着一把刀。因为他趁他被带离了犯罪现场。
holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Now,
对，这幅画是不是和 Freya 遭袭有关？是这个 Freya 的肖像画，上面盖满了血。这是什么？
你可以再观察观察。
呀，拿着一把一个 Freya 拿着一把刀嘛，对不对？因为肩担沾着血嘛，我觉得应该是沾着血。可是后面这个，他说这个，因为他自杀了 Freya， 这个他写不对。可是剩下的这个几个又觉得很奇怪。这是什么？
你再去晃晃啦，再去晃晃
啊！
再去晃晃，
就是、诚心来了，诚心来了。
怎么了？
没事，那个，
安南，
在等拆台组合出现有没
有？什么话？我才不会拆人家台的卡皮台这么重要，怎么会拆呢？
等一下哦。对呀。
你再到处看看。
这怎么看？我现在也没有办法退出啊。
他现在在那
我也肖像画拿着一把刀，刀上沾着血，因为他刺杀了弗雷亚。哦，对。
我会猜我们可爱的卡皮。我今天有看到一个。我今天去吃饭的时候，我看到有一个肉叫卡鲁比吧，对，那个肉叫卡鲁比。然后我就跟我朋友说，就认真看，还以为是水豚肉。
好，
你看，我都还没那个，有人已经开始怎么样？
这不是拆台耶，这是直接拆卡皮耶。
这是吃卡皮。
对啊，卡皮直接不见了。
人比较好，我只拆台，我不拆人。
不是，你们听我说，我现在是请你们来帮我一起解谜，不是叫你们来吃我了，好吗？
我没有吃你啊，我只是
没有吃，怎么敢吃？对不对？
卡皮这么
可爱，对啊。
未完的画作，
会泡温泉的动物
我就想吃啊，我就好想吃哦。
好
吧，那算。原本想帮忙挣扎些什么，挣扎都有人说想吃，我还能挣扎些什么？好吧。
我觉得这个角色好漂亮哎。
对，
整个就是充满了艺术感。
是，
如果你想要我说一句实话的话，就是其实你的那个就是我们那个打字的聊天功能，其实是当助人的。
对耶，卡皮可以把它看要移到上面或是下面，也不用这么多行。
看一下，对，
你要把那个角色盖住。
我怎么？我把它移到，
我觉得就是可能减少几行，然后缩到上面的地方，因为你放在左下角的地方，那时候你像刚才那个画，你下面要做任务啊。
我想一下，不然
移在最右上角，我觉得是最适合，因为刚才你在做的时候，右上角其实是不会有东西的。当然，除非你有其他模式会用到右上角。
就先这样吧，先这样子，然后等一下如果有挡到在那个。
对。
哦，这是什么啊？日期。
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
然后自我介绍一下吗？
我是刚回到家而已。
I think that's the way she likes
够
it.
了，
We'll just have to ask other
小
people
的
about
外
her.
快。
Yeah, okay.
他都不说话，
可以赚外快，好好。
就是去帮人家算塔罗牌啊。我是廉价的占卜师。
你
很廉价。
可以晚一点再来找他。
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you
我
had
总觉得这个女人好像随时可以掏出一把刀，还是什么感觉？
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
好凶。
然后可能就直接来一个那个拱背有没有？然后朝你冲过来。可是他的造型真的好酷，这个造型真的好酷。
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder.
我觉得他脖子好长。
You must have seen something.
铅笔
Can
脖
you
子
tell me anything about what
你
happened
知
to
道铅笔
Freya?
脖子在某些点来说，好像在艺术家的眼里，其实所谓的铅笔脖子是怪胎的意思。
She's acting pretty
对，
suspicious.
就是说你长
I
得
don't know.
丑。
Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is
这
that
是一个很奇
possible?
怪的形容词。Maybe 是正面，可是又好像不是那么正面。
就是委婉的说法吧。
应该
现在就这样子，那我是不是接下来要往别的地方去调查？
你去往别的地方调查，然后再回来调查他，不然他会一直都不讲话。
哦，
An
金
egg
蛋，
with bird feet.
龙爪的
It's
蛋。
also covered in
这
gemstones.
蛋好
What a
亮哦，它是不
completely
是可以孵
ordinary
出什么东
outfit.
西？
哦
I think it's a container.
Those gems look like they
It's
come
in that.
off.
我觉得好像，
看来是解
你看
谜呢。
解谜的部分来了，
是，
来看一下。
我们来看看我们亲爱的皮卡脑子转得快不快？
皮卡拉帕。
我们可爱的小水豚脑子转得快不快？
我还有其他事情，我先走啦，
拜拜。
对，
拜拜。
哎呀，这个三角形紫色对应蓝原色。那我是要这边这样子，是不是？还是
我刚才就已经想吐槽，可是我在想我该不该吐槽。
这样子？
蓝原色是什么东西？
绿色星星对红方形。
那个皮卡
怎么了？
那个我问你叫错卡比，你有没有发现它上面的图形好像还有一条线的问题？
哦，对耶，看一下，这个菱形配紫色这个，那应该是这个我看一下，菱形黄色跟这个，
我要是没有提醒他，是不是他等一下还是会拼错几率？
这就是解谜的乐趣嘛。
短的，
所以我不该提醒他先解个错字是吧？
有时候解谜就是会突然间发现，哦，原来是这样。
短边在这边，
那个人关台了，好可惜哦，没有跟到他的今天。
直角。三角对圆，三角再短，然后圆形再长，然后这个有一个正方形的，是菱形跟绿星星。
我换一个账号进来。
好哦。
星跟绿。 银跟绿星，
这换的食物真传。
我换了本尊。
六角形对六角形。
有任何头绪吗？
六角形对六角形。还是什么？圆形对正方形。
有任何头绪吗？我是觉得我题型的很明显，因为看有线路的问题，所以应该是要把线路算进去。
我看一下，诶，不是都配对上了吗？怎么没有反应？
你那个转的面呢？等一下我看一下哦。对，然后再一个把它转回来。
对啊，这个对这个，然后这个对这个，
一模一样的方式。因为它右边，它左下角那个还有一个转的那个图案，不晓得那个什么意思。
It's some kind of clue about where to put.
绿色，我先看一下这个菱形是对一个三角紫色，然后另外一个是对绿色，然后这个对一个绿色，然后跟一个三角紫色，那这应该是对的。那再来这个红色的两个，一个是对蓝色，一个是对绿色。蓝色、绿色。
我现在很容易提醒自己不要没耐心，我差点想要去查攻略了。
爬行。
Oh, that was it.
哦，对嘛。嘿嘿，好耶！
I'm not leaving without empty eggs.
所以怎么解？他刚才最后一步差了什么？
只差一个那个确认而已。
哦，好哦，
尖叫，
骗我。
哦，这个东西看起来是怪怪的。
木风摇，拉走。
那是什么？
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
当然了，你也可以。
Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
哦，好哦。
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
尖叫，
是拆台的另外一员。
什么意思啦？讨厌！
你说这台会不会拆吧？
调色盘上面填满了各式各样的颜料，最大的是中间那坨黑颜料，画笔上仍能沾着干掉的红颜料。哦吼，这是什么？
Is that a gramophone?
留声
I
机。
think so.
冲刺逃离。
Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
哦，
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, sure is. Pink.
哦，裂开的卡带。
Do you think it still works?
It's a
来
gramophone?
播一
I
下
could give it a go.
，Try it。在说什么？哦，优美的声音哦。
It's piano music.
钢琴曲录音，播放时间不长。换一下这卷，看能不能听。
我没有开声音，所以听不到什么声音。留声机是听卡带的。
哦，感觉好诡异哦。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
我忍不住想听听看。
失真的哼唱声。这是什么线索吗？
哦，我刚才露出一个不是很优美的表情。
哦，快传就没有任何声音。好吧，进来去看看别的地方。哦，这是什么？
We're at the top
把
of the
揪
tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
我好喜欢他们这个画风哎，很可爱。
我是觉得那个男生的配音还不错，也是我的错觉吗？
因为他们这款游戏的配音都做得很好。
对，我觉得那个男生的配音还不错，女孩子我没有很那个，不过男孩子的配音我觉得很棒。
这款是我觉得美式
很推的游戏的，就以美式画风来说的话。
解谜跟美式画风。
好多个房间哦，要先去哪里呢？这个
最好奇的那一间。
我最好奇的那一间，
旁边都还有问号啊。
先去看看这里好了。由下往上，九桃广场。哦，
九桃广场。
Wow, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your
恁是啥？恁咧创啥货？
And this is my sidekick Grimoire.
我是沙莉，伊是哥莫啦。私家侦探就是掠狗的。你到底是啥人？我去哈个啥？
Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
那一段真的会被卡皮玩坏。
哦，
That is classified information between
你是来抢工课的？
Clearly, this is something which eludes you.
啊，不过你是来收白痴。
Handing out information to persons unknown.
哦，好啦好啦，你最棒棒。
我想吐槽些什么，可是我是该吐槽还不该吐槽的。
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects.
你问伤济了。
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
What are you doing here?
你在创啥？我在做工课。
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
哦，你在这边待多久了？133个小时，太夸张了吧？
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you?
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
直接一个打断呢，好好笑。
An examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
是我最后一个。
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the
意料之中的行为。
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she
她没有来。
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Towards the early evening, my examination
傍
of
晚
the
时
library
分，
was
在图书
unexpectedly
馆。
disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before
离
I
开
could begin
图
my
书
ascent,
馆
Professor
上楼
Pointer appeared. He
，Pointer
emerged
教
from the
授
pointer
出现
staircase,
了。
crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented.
像鬼脉动
To
咯
my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where.
哦，他头上有小鸟哎。
I told her what had transpired. Then she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave. Out towards
之
the
后
stone
离
square.
开之后
The
就在
grounds
石头
were
广场。
silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical
真
inhabitant.
是主人，
I noted
哎
that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
哦，
He spoke to
园丁
me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
卡皮林就 K 服。
义父安安，欢迎进来 DC 群，跟我们一起讨论案件。又没有东西。
Is that a clock?
If it is,
钟表
it's a clock with 4 faces.
哦，
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
又到了解谜时刻。39、26
游戏的画风好可爱哦。
都在正确的位置，可是有提示吗？
这个我看一下，这个要在这边。对，要在9。对我，6在那边，对，可是这边如果动的话会3个一起动。这里应该要先下来。是。差一个。这边要9。
完蛋，说句话完全看不懂它的提示。
你看它上面的那个图案啊，就是你的那个指针到这边的时候，你看最左边这个它是3啊，对不对？
哦。
那这个是12，这个是6啊。
我只看得懂12和3，那6是怎么看出来的？茫然。
哦，我解开了，
这个东西大推现在特价66元哦。
Hey, not bad.
不错哦。
那个，容许我吐槽，那个小羊是顺便带货的意思吗？
A little tool thing, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
你是不是接了业配？
哦， 弧形的玻璃镜头黄头小工具，它的底部有一个螺丝。
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there wasn't, but
这真的
someone
是很唐
scratched
突
it
的
off.
解掉了。
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
嗯，
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too.
嗯，
就好奇他喜欢哪种游戏？
我喜欢玩好操作的。
那就是动作类的动作类游戏，全部先打死。
我靠，这个园丁看起来太啾啾了吧？
Sally, don't move. We're being
等一下，感觉他等一下就挥一拳过来，然后后面就出现替身了，是不是？
对啊，这超啾啾的这个。
To hide in the bushes.
这温室感觉会吃人。
Is anyone going to
对
say
啊，
anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
right. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Grimoire
Fitzfellow. The
It's
gardener.
fellow，
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
那么高，
I
以前
didn't
猛
know
山
that.
小。他问他说为什么你这么高，他直接回答不上来，就想说我不知道。
You
这
work
温室
here
感觉会吃。
as the gardener. I
你
don't
说
get
这温室
paid
会
to
吃人，
do
就是
it.
它里面养了好多食人花。
My
Mm.
area of interest.
What's the deal with
当
the
园丁
plants?
只是我的
They're
兴
all
趣，
kinda weird.
Right. Did
正
you
职
see
工作是什么？杀人
red,
吗？
black, green, and purple lakes surrounding the entire
好过
house?
分哦！
Yeah, I clocked it. The color is just a byproduct.
没有是叫替身。
What? Poison? It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls.
云起雨落，水养植物，动物吃植物，人人吃卡
Anything
皮。
perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological
Hmm?
cycle.
Hmm?
Could you
卡皮你自己
say
也
that
很想被
again,
吃
but
了，
like
我们讲一句实在话。
as if you were talking to a
现在还不到12点，请勿开车。
我们的被吃不是那种被吃，
不是，你看哦，我都不敢
DNA.
开了，你们怎么就手刹车就放下去了呢？
不是，你知道他自己刚才讲，你有听到他自己讲什么？
我刚刚有听到，所以你看我刚刚都没
And you're the
出
local
声。
expert on all this
对啊，这
stuff.
好像不是我们的错，对不对？
我在没有，我开车可能会早一点，我不会到12点，我11点就准时发车。
那你也差不多，你剩半小时的那个前序动作。
对我现在在检查刹车线，那个该剪的剪一剪，那个油该漏的漏一漏。他们焊死了。
那你要知道油漏了就冲不出去了呢。
没有，我是说刹车油。
他那个也不用
刹车有
漏啊，
漏光。
你知道通常我们就很直接刹车直接拆掉不就好了，就没有刹车油漏不漏的问题了。
哦，对，然后那个涡轮泄压管有没有那个也拔掉，就是不减速。
花除草，
我们就沿路冲出去。
Not at first.
对，然后记得那个门窗焊死，那个任何玻璃全部换成那种，
都换强化玻璃，
高强度的，对，高强度的那种好几层的没有不能强化，要防弹玻璃。
好像也是。
暂停，你们暂停一下，我先听一下这个剧情。
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main garden. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room. And?
Let me guess. Watering.
浇花除草。
Right. Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
来看一下它的供词。
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet.
屋顶花园。
It wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
哦，
We
有
thought
怪
it
物
was。coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there. We? Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was
不要碰我肩膀啊！不是，原来不是不要碰我肩膀。
When I told her about Freya,
这梗有点
she
久
fell
了。
silent.
好，我看看这个温室里面有什么。
It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
晚点再去。
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
哦，果树盆栽，果实有坚硬如宝石的外皮，花盆里的土是不寻常的蓝色。
感觉好有毒啊！
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
这个是虫虫。
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
蓝土。哦，这个是
A
什么
little？ chart of
图表。
Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
哦，这个是什么？奇怪的符号、元素什么的。
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
上面那个是拍，下面是 X。
哎，是
A
吗？
little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's.
我是看起来啦，看起来上面是牌啊。你看，
贝塔、阿法。
对啊，最上面是那个牌嘛，然后最下面是 X， 然后我记得第2个和第3个也是个符号意思，但是第4个和第5个还有第6个我不认识。
好吧，看来不是什么很重要的。
不好说啦，就可能现在用不到。
Tools used by a gardener for gardening.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
看来应该没什么东西。那要去哪里？哦，他刚才在这边。历史的房间。哦，情书。
Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz from PP."
PP 写给 Fizz 的。
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
空玻璃杯跟
Looking
空。
at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to
箱
be.
子。
It's locked.
哦
It's a combination lock.
又有新的这个解锁要素了。重新排列片，找出盒子挂锁的密码组合。可以拼起来，对不对？可以。
照他这样说，应该是。
哦，这样子。哦。这个。哦，我大概知道他是要用什么，他就是每一个都可以拼出图案的那样子的感觉。哦，这个是，这个是哪一个？这个。哦。 哦，这个尖尖的这个，再来是哪个？这个有找过了。哦，这个，好耶，也解开了。
Not bad.
噔噔。
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
哎呦 ，EP and Fifi。哦，这是什么？定情信物产值吗？
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
什么？哦，我又要解谜啊！
这是个侦探游戏，应该说这是个解谜游戏。
这个是什么意思？这样子吗？
把图块移动到正确的位置。
Nothing.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected.
嗯，这样子吗？
Nope. It's not budging.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
嗯，这样子
didn't work.
没有用。
No, I think this might be one of a pair.
对，中的
The whole thing?
Yeah, something about those symbols. The duality of the sun and moon, you know?
If you say so.
这个的排列到底是什么？啊？是这样子。
对应的就是。
didn't work.
You know, I think
what? The whole thing?
Yeah. Something. The duality of the sun and moon, you know?
二元对立。
If you say so.
嗯，二元对立。是这样子。
didn't work.
No, I think.
What? The whole thing?
Yeah. Something about those symbols. The duality of the sun.
我的脑袋要熟了。
脑子好，不是啊，我的脑子好痛啊，感觉要长出脑子。
Let's come back once we know.
等一下再回来。先来去这里好了，这里有钢琴，搞不好会知道那卷卡带里面的钢琴曲是什么回事。哦，乐室。吹喇叭。
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
哦，喇叭雕像，还有玻璃碎片。
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
看的乐
That's a lot of
是
notes.
手写
Looks
的。
pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever
No.
they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
优雅哦。哎呦，惊到！
You're a ghost.
应该是鬼，别跟他鬼，
It may come as a disappointment.
别跟他鬼。
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
What's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a
Poppy
and a pianist.
钢琴
I'll need to
家
ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
什么？你刚才说什么？
我说他说人家是鬼这个部分真的很没有礼貌。
就不累吗？哎、好夸张哦！他的那个动画是跟着那个音乐的哎。
茄子。
噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。哎。
You're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated
还有
practice.
13年的专注练习。
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is personally
身世调查。
The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days, especially not the fellows.
Fellow 家族。
The fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away, definitely.
当然想搬出去。
Freya and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi...
Fifi 不想。
complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much
真的
longer.
不想再待在这。
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
每天练琴3小时半。
Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea.
Fifi.
She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight
月
garden.
光花园。
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
哦。这个 Fifi 跟那个园丁应该是一对的。
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering.
哦，跟那个那个 Fitz 的证词是相对应的。
I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
下楼找 Fifi.
But I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it. OK， 我们已经听完你的证词了，你的证词都会成为呈堂证供。现在你有权保持缄默。
Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
静脉的来可以。哦，阿皮的香龟。
It's a metronome.
节拍器。哦，又有解答元素了。
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
使用按钮旋转4个节拍器刻度，盘至顶部圆环。哦。哦耶！我好棒哦，一下子就解开了。我是超聪明水豚，我跟你说。
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
超音速解答啊
！It's a part of a photograph.
哦，撕碎的照片，有个粉红衣服的金发少女。哎，照片中的女孩用着一款亮粉红色的录放音机，还戴着成套耳机。
That is the bed of a vampire.
Vampire bed.
Vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
More handwritten sheet music.
还有什么？钢琴。
But roomy. A single red rose.
玫瑰。
Traditional.
Yeah, weird.
怪。
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Various handmade posters.
What do you
自
think?
制海报。
Hopefully, nothing. A big glass door.
大玻璃门。
There's a little mechanism by the.
哦屁啦！怎么？安安，诶，是这样吗？
Something happened.
哎嘿，
That must be it.
嘿嘿，打开了。
I still feel like we made some sort of progress. Didn't we?
We did, but the door's still locked.
哎，还是锁着。哦，我知道了，这另外那间房间的太阳，要照这样吧。1、3角，好。去那个须知的房间，这样应该就可以解开中间这个门了。
It's locked.
I thought we
are.
What's that thing by the hand?
这样子。
It made a noise.
好耶！
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
打开喽！
Better.
空中花园。
Giant stone frog. Love it.
巨型石蛙。
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
羽毛。这根羽。
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
独特
He's
琴。
also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of his town. They're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
特琴雕像。耳罩。
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. That's one big dragonfly.
Or one
蜻
very
蜓。
small dragon. the door into Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden.
只有 Poppy 和 Fitz 可以进入花园。
Trees.
小鸟
On a roof.
好多小鸟
In a garden. On a roof.
再来要去哪里嘞？别来了。鸟舍，哦，是鸟人呢。
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little see-through green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely!
Oh.
In that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks.
这个是头上有鸟的。
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
喜欢融入背景。
Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Penny Pointer.
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
奇怪，这个，我觉得这个女人的说话方式有点像这个人呢。她的音节很像哎。
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like right now.
有点再去吧。
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3只鸟鸟，漂亮的鸟鸟。
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
邪恶蝴蝶。
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
看来，雷声安安。安安，雷声。正在玩解谜游戏。黑你的房间。他的房间有好多小鸟。没错啊，今天是侦探造型。
That's sunflower.
这不是侦探造型，你这怕是英国绅士造型吧？
嘿嘿，福尔摩斯造型。哎呦，哎，蓝色的土跟花，这里又有个爱心。哎，可是这个园丁跟这个 Poppy 不是一对的吗？怎么会他的房间里面又有他送的这个盆栽的那个感觉？哇，这就是 NTR 的快感吗？哦吼
A little tea set. Most recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
这几个人
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
乱啊，对吧？
对啊。
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe
it's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
哦，他说这里有热气，这是暖炉是不是？旅行箱都是空的。书本。
Mostly novels.
再来去哪里嘞？
现在在审什么案子？
我们在调查凶杀案。
凶杀案。
哦吼
It's an illustrated book about birds.
鸟类绘本。
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
哦，墨姬鸟是一种非常聪明的鸟，非常长寿。 即使以神秘鸟类的标准来说，也是如此。其他鸟类经常攻击墨姬鸟，墨姬鸟大部分时间都独自生活。它的饮食习惯很特殊，通常只吃菇有树的种子。这个
抢到什么东西
不是？你看他手上他那个，这个，那这个画像上面的这个，不就是这个鸟的羽毛吗？
Ever so slightly unnerving.
你看这个，他拿着那个，这个不就是这个画像里面他拿的那个羽毛吗？我一样所以他拿的是羽毛，不是刀吧？
他拿的是羽毛，
那一定是羽毛。来，等一下，
菇有树的幼苗的样子，看起来很像。
There it is. The unfinished looks that way.
这里有盆栽，可是这里也有画一个盆栽，但是为什么这里盆栽不见了？
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
我觉得他这个游戏藏了很多线索在那个。奇怪，
你还没说完啊！
什么还没说完？
你还没说完呢、你刚
说完什么？
说藏在线索藏在，然后呢？然后后面还
藏在它很多都藏在我们收集到的那个物件里面啊。我刚才发现他拿的这个是那个书上面有话说，这个其实是羽毛啊。
对，羽毛。
然后他这里还有画一个东西，只是还没有上色。可这个东西，
那个啊，那个看起来像是那个古有树的籽苗这样子。
他好像是想说这个是菇有树的盆栽嘛，对不对？可是，他这里只有一个，旁边没有另外一个啊，他应该有两个吧？
那另外一个，
对不对？你看这边，他这里是不是画了一个？那他这边应该还要再有一个啊，他只是还没有上色啊。那这个跑到哪里去了？
那个跑哪去了？对。
你去问问看这个妃子，调查一下。
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
别公差小。
Factors into account. There must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you?
可以跟你谈谈吗，小姐
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I
can you
am
have a talk,
a
miss?
detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy
但这种
hypothesis.
在侦探小说或者这种侦探废文里面讲这种话的，通常最有
哦。
A hypothesis?
这是题外话。
The murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must
至少要见过所有嫌疑犯。
And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single
因为
response.
人家明明就叫 Fifi Fellow。
So true.
我是从 WiFi 那边接过来，所以叫 WiFi。
So does that make you the daughter of?
Correct.
当然，每个人念法
My
不一
father
样，
and
可以
mother
叫
are
Fifi，
named
也可以叫
Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the
关系
microscopic.
也会有
I
一种本
constructed
质
my
上
first
的
one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
听一下证词。
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about? Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask.
你的下一句话是讲说，你对于这个谋杀有什么看法？结果他先就出来，这也太啾啾了吧！
开始啾啾了，
开始啾啾
应该我
了
来问你才对，好吗？
对啊，
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had
天
planned
忙
to
着
spend
画
the
画。
afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans.
一定有
She was
安
in
排。
fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I
做了
locked
什
myself
么
in？ my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
皆大哭。
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
哇，
I
来
was
听
in
听
my room.
看
The
他
lights were
的
off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
东西，
我以为他在捉弄我，就往我脸上揍了一拳。
不是你不要在这边又重复念一次那个剧情啊！哦，你
She
要在这
insisted
边
that we
又
go
又
up
又
to
重
the
复
forest
念一次
tower.
剧情。
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting
抱
outside.
歉，抱
He
歉，
followed us upstairs.
对不起。
When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back
Yeah.
downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't
Fifi
wait.
接前往 E 的房间。咦，安安没有懂，
It's a magnifying glass, a big one.
大忌
被周公抓走了。
安没有，要不要快点去睡觉啊？
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a
被周公
detective.
抓走了，就被周公抓走吧。这种冷天气
Should I
早点
start
睡就会
smoking
比
a
较舒
pipe
服。
too?
烟斗抽烟，
You can pull off a pipe.
我驾驭不了烟斗造型。
已经算不错了，我觉得。烟斗可以再正一点。
跟你说晚安。
哦，晚安，喵斗，可以兑换一个哦捆。
Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
可惜艾斯塔没有在这边，不然就可以直问他了。
笑。
确实。
哎，朝铁呢？是朝铁。
你现在才发现吗？
对，因为我刚刚在打麻将。
安心睡了。
啊。
去怕麻将啊？等下是
晚安，晚安。
打日嘛？没有雀魂。
啊，打雀魂啊，好。
哦，艾斯塔，去跟法官说吧。
人出现了，亏他还是今日最棒小鹈鹕。
对，那他是不是要进个 DC？ 他刚有进，怎么又不见了
？Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
哎，这个什么？这是德国骨科图吗？还是？
我不要，我只是想吃卡皮啊。
哎，这什么意思？
只想吃卡皮，那也要有人会料理卡皮啊，对不对？
就跟美食猎人一样啊。
就我可以负责解剖，然后朝田负责烹饪，啊，组装交给艾斯塔了。
他是负责吃的，所以你要负责打猎，我要负责烹饪，然后交给他吃。
哦。
然后看他愿不愿意把这道菜加进他的全套菜单里面。
哎呀
，OK， 开始开车了，要开始开车。11点。
你们谁看得懂这个算式在算什么啊？
我看一下。
小杨，支援一下，上面这个数字代表什么啊
？Is Fifi trying?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe.
好像每一个公司跟每一个公司之间都没有任何关系。
他只是随便乱写。
我觉得应该像是
有波长，有物理波长公式，然后一堆数学公式，还有勾股定理。
对啊，我看到就感觉八竿子打不着的东西，
对，
都在一起了。
中间那个有可能是关系图，这样。
对，中间那个应该是关系，
不明确是什么关系，这样不明确是在表示什么的关系。
哦，我觉得这个两个问号是不是他们正在交往暧昧什么的？
应该不至于吧？我觉得倒不至于。
Did you notice who isn't on here?
但是他们两个确实是连一。
谁不在这里
？Freya。
Freya 不在这里。
And Fifi herself.
Fifi 也不在。
不是 Freya 就是那个吧
？Freya 是死掉那个啊。
没有啊，可是图上我不知道 Freya 她本人长什么样子啊，但。这感觉右上角那个应该，我刚想右上角。
Freya 是这一个 ，Freya 是这个。
哦 ，OK， 但是被害人 Freya Fellow。
对。
那 Fellow 等一下，他们都姓 Fellow， 那会不会 Freya？ 那会不会那个 Fifi 跟 Freya 会不会是姐妹之类的？
Pretty ornate window.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not a...
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
Fifi 扔掉的东西。
No, that is.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
90%糖
But there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse. Boxes of stuff.
堆满仓
Scientific formulas. Probably.
科学公式
I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means.
是孤单的，对，没什么东西。大家去哪里？对 ，Freya 的房间。
That painting is really.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
哦，这不就在画那个侦探吗？
哦，
这个造型不就看起来像那个
There's a smaller
It's a photograph.
侦探啊？看起来像侦探吧？头衣服，这应该是画侦探吧？大概。
感觉有点
It's a
像。
little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
跟太刚。
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
这里有一只艾斯塔，
Looks pretty depressed.
羽上熊熊。
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
中画笔的小木箱。
To the casual observer, maybe.
呃
They're not real paintbrushes.
Capip 29岁吉姆654豪赌一把，赢得了200水豚大便家产暴增。
恭喜吉姆！
拼图了吗？
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
这是什么？这个就要拼装了，对不对？
听起来像是的。那个应该是蓝色，那个应该是左上角吧，感觉起来。
说像这样子。
是右上角、左上角、右上角，总而言之，那个方向差不多。应该是右上角吧，我觉得。
看看。
那个往左边，往左边。 不是，绿色那个放到左边，卡那个扣，卡那个孔。对，那里。
哦，
出来了，对，没错。
短的灰色衫，粉红色短，哦，蓝色。
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
画笔条，对。 都是这个样子。
That was incorrect.
Each brush has various characteristics: height, bristle shape, paint color, handle color. The information we need is on the paper. Once it's been rearranged, I mean.
这样子。
Still locked.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle shows the position of various characteristics of the brushes.
子拼图显示了画笔不同特点的位置。
brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
蓝色在第三格这个对，然后这里也在这个了，那是对的。这个是在这边，
Still locked.
还是不对？
So, the paper's a
粉
couple
红
of
色跟
brushes
蓝色
with
对
each
调，
characteristic,
那
but
个
only
斜角的那个。
你说这样子？
对调。
不对，这样也不对。
对吗？
嗯，要这样子，这样要跟蓝色对不上，然后这样子。
Still locked.
这不对。
So,
个黄色的这个样子。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic.
你最长那一根一定是在最右边啊。
你说这一根啊？
对，那根一定是在最右边啊。
最右边。
但是然后你就要再另外找一根橘色的啊，但是它上面笔头比较短，然后又要橘色的那个。好烦哦。
Still locked.
So, the paper. There's a couple of brushes with each character.
绿色啊，对，绿色的话，要么是这一只，要么是这一只。可是这边的这一个一定要是
橘色底的。
RCTW1119度光输光为国争光。20万清水屯大便通通输光了。LUL。
玩阿 B 输光了。
你卡关了，RB 也是。
太扯了。这个。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic.
你可以读少一点啊 ，B。别的蓝色是这样的。哦耶！打开喽，宝贝。
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
哦，被撕碎的。
There's something about that pink cassette. Something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
现在又去。怀疑。
Something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya.
它是弗亚的卡带。
While she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like you.
听起来像你的音乐。
Sure, it doesn't belong to you.
Why are we talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
Oh.
It's not mine. I'd never.
我绝对不会拥有这个东西。
Not my color.
哦，看得出来。
Somebody gave it to
有
you
人
as
把
a
它当
gift.
礼物送给你。
I'm confused.
Me too. You used to like
很
these.
喜欢过这个颜色。
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette
调换了
tape.
卡带的颜色。
Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
We'll get to that in a minute.
我多虑。
Let's take a closer look at this.
卡带上的留言。 发现与 Papi 的房间。哪里？
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the blonde girl that was found in Freya's room. Nope.
对，
应该不对，应该不是这样子。
哦，哦，哦，
跟我想的一模
The
一样。
pink
那个
cassette
对到那
tape
个
found at the
录音
crime
机，
scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
看来没错了。
答对了，宝贝。
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
Bingo。
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty
Say something.
recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends.
哦，
Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
嗯，Papi 不想再像以
Poppy
前
doesn't
一样
want to look
了。
like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore.
The passage of time is
Hey.
a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the
怎
middle?
么裂
I
开的？
have no idea.
不知道。
亨那堵光输光为国争光，8000水豚大便通通输光了。
完，直接输烂，没了。
天哪！
啪就没了，我哪知他就啪就没了。
哦，工作室。哦，这个老头，
Sir?
阿
Can
公
you。hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly
Very
good name as
good.
well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say
他
I'm
是什么？
rather
他可能是
jealous
爷
of
爷或
you
是
two.
叔叔吗？
嗯，不知道，还不知道。
Oh, yeah?
啊，
Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries.
破解谜团，探险新地方，
Uncovering secret rooms.
发现密室
treasures.
和宝藏，
That's what life is all about.
那就是生活的真谛。
Generally speaking, you know,
密
that
室
sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you
是做什么的？
do?
Is it not
他搞
obvious?
得像是
I'm
他
an
搞得我们像是
explorer, explorer
哲学家一样。
treasure hunter.
Hmm.
Yes, well,
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
it's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've
Sophisticated.
certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I
我
may
冒昧，
ask,
你什么时候退
when
休
did
的？
you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties.
你的忠诚度。
Flora, the way she is.
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me.
哦
Fiona and Flora,
Fiona 跟
my
Flora
entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
对，他们是家族成员。
Why on earth would want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason
Freya Fellow
we're
的
here.
谋杀案。
Ah, right.
哎
Nasty
呀，
business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help. But
帮
I
不
wish
上
you
任何
all
忙。
the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not
是
much to
也没
tell.
什么好说的。
Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone
说人
down
话
the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly
有
afterwards,
想
I
太
heard
多
a。second set of footsteps.
又听到有
going the
脚步
same
声，
way. This time I could tell just from the sound that
脚
something
蹊
was
跷
wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy
看到
disappearing
Poppy
down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with
彼此
Fitz,
发生
as
冲
I
突。
know those two are close. So I looked into his room,
他的
just
房
in
间里
case,
看了一下，
but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I.
What?
I stayed. Flora
Oh.
needed me.
A little hand-painted statue.
手绘小雕像。
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
彩绘模型，黄色、蓝色、黑色和
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a
Oh,
treasure map.
上锁了。
What's
Oh.
the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
我要来找宝藏了，解谜解谜，这什么？有龙，有叉叉，有山，有海，有龙，有山，有叉叉。
他应该是要猜他的坐标。
龙在左边，先找叉叉，
右边，
先找叉叉。
正前方。
叉叉龙山岛，叉叉龙山岛。
哎，我找到了，I4。
哎呦，点点。那这样要罚款哦，我跟你讲。
好，不好意思，太直接了。
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
"对，我这边还有一个鸟的。但是 三北。
Still locked.
I think like they're different.
That wasn't.
The padlock has 3 different inputs: a letter, a number, and a compass
正
direction.
不适
It's
合
just a
玩
good
方
reference for
便。
the map.
这是地图方格参考。
叉叉要在同一个方位，龙在左侧，山在右侧。山要离叉叉远一点，树最远，鸟在树的同个方向。
H6C。
There we go.
Bingo.
Perfect.
Perfect.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Oh. 律法小，模型是手绘的，颜料和一支画笔上有一些干掉的红。
We already solved it. The entire room is made.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
OK， 那可以下一个。这一间有什么？天文台。老头。
Listen, do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet and yet so loud.
说人话。
rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Percival
Seems
Pointer.
like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much
介
to
绍一
say.
下。
Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And
Poppy.
a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've
小
studied
爱
the
好。
stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
只是小爱好啊。
You're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
他就是那种，就是跟在你面前比出，哦，就只有这么一点点啊，然后那个手指头中间有个宇宙
手
哦。
头里面是个宇宙。
对。
塞巴斯，但是这个游戏里面的塞巴斯。
对，
哎呦，好险啊！看来我只比他强了这么一点点呢。
我只是对于天文爱好有这么多一点点而已。
Oh dear
多一
me,
点点的
no.
爱好。
My field of
然后里面是个
research
宇
has
宙。
never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
说说看，昨天你看到了什
As any
么？
other, with blissful, unremarkable routine.
I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine.
但我看到你在打解谜游戏之后，我打游戏的兴趣就消失了，瞬间消失了。
Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room.
有人在说谎哦。
Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
看一下。
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
哦，还有房间哦。
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
Huh?
I can't move it.
好奇的，因为画像里面有2个盆栽嘛，但如果这边只有1个盆栽，那如果从这边看的话，
也是没有盆栽啊。
I think this is just how it's set up.
所以可以点一下看看。如果想说，如果可以点的话，点一下看看。如果能希望能找出一点关联性这样。
I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off in the wind?
Maybe it's glued down.
Isn't this supposed to be?
卡皮，早点，我要先闪了。
哦，好，拜拜。
有事要做了。
OK。
辛苦嘞，
拜拜拜拜。
Can't move. I think this is just how it's set up.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
Okay.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar
太阳系机械装置。
I would look at it.
Wait a
哦，
minute.
又解谜
Earth
了。
in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
我忙完了，但明天要早睡，先继续看一下卡皮耶。
好哦，这个可以动。是。哦，这个灯光要把它变成那个这样子吧，大概
变成什么？
就是那个阴影都对到了这样，对。
圆形吗？哦，它地板的那个造型，它下面的那个造型。应该在上面。这样也可以。努力一点，转不过去吗？粉红色那一颗。
这样有对啊，因为刚才这个点位应该是对的。
我觉得你知道吗？我觉得那个可能星球球体要对到那个点上，所以你刚刚原本有个拍法很接近。刚有没有个拍法感觉很接近？我觉得那个绿色跟粉色的要负责盖住那一条。妈，是没有挂。喂，哦没有，好吧。
nothing.
So there are 2 ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets and rotate the sun.
那我觉得粉红色跟绿色要负责盖住中间那一条，我觉得，那你其他摆的应该都没错。
I guess
I think you just need to get the shadows to line up with the shape on the base.
这样子应该是对的。
可是你的那个第2条的底座没对，影子没对齐啊。
Reset the puzzle?
Yeah.
我觉得你刚那样摆没有错，但是就是那个粉红色跟绿色那2颗要负责盖住中间的那一条。
边内。
对。
这个应该是没有错，然后这个应该也是。
对，那个也没有错。然后下面有一颗最长的要放那里，中间那一颗放那里。那就是看这2颗要怎么遮住中间那一条，中间第2条那样子。只剩那一颗就负责，只剩那一颗应该就是最下面那一条，没错，我觉得。这个东西应该不是只能摆180度吧？
哦
No, that was it.
干嘛？然后再把下面那一颗调一颗过来。
通关了。
There's a little hatch
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
哦，黄金甲虫，跟基础超过95分贝，造成捕食者完全无法消化。哦，哦。啊 ？AU 是什么元素？
这是金元素，这是金元素。
元素是 AU。
There's something kinda. I just expected.
Oh, does it not compare to all the?
哦，神秘小房间。
It's a statue of a wolf.
妖界。
Like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed. Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
细看看。哦，这里可以看得到。命案现场。
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
哦，绳子，钓鱼线。
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. Just dusty junk.
是布满灰尘的垃圾。
someone painted out the window.
窗户
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
要干嘛？
It's a big.
There are weeds in there.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Anymore.
兄弟、女儿、妻子。对，我要做些什么？哦，该和 Papi 谈一谈。
20-something Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel?
鸟怪人
too.
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Hmm? Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear
Fitz.
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
Oh
You're
no!
engaged to a member of the Fellow family?
Oh no! 这个游戏真的有 NTR 情节。
That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in
Oh
whatever
shit!
goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Oh shit！ 这个女人居然跟园丁是未婚夫妻的关系 ，Holy shit！ 哦，
居然吗
？Oh my god！NTR 的剧情，难他懂。
真的没想到哎。
哇，看这个。
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
华丽的铲子。
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
天都跟菲兹在一起。
In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Oh no!
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
可是他说大家都找借口离开了，为什么会是他讲说人家叫他大家离开
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all. That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
这是蛮有趣的。
越有趣，我连打游戏的心都没有了。
哇！小杨，你这个菲兹是是那个什么？是那个菲律宾的未婚夫但是他跟这个人很明显就是有一腿啊！
鸟的，他是那个鸟的未婚夫。
这不就是 NTR 情节吗？
他在他们在小花园干嘛？
哦。
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. I left my tower and headed down towards the grand hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe
不对啊，第二个脚步声在哪里？应该有第二个脚步声，但是刚才只有看到只有这个菲菲只有这个 Papi 只有听到 Papi 下来的声音。第二个脚步声在哪里？
然后就是他们上楼的时候啊，就是第二个脚步声，然后他听到脚步声所以菲利听到脚步声。
不是，他讲说是2个脚步声下来。
2个脚步声下。Well, that does matter. Okay.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. That's all the statements. Let's run through them all.
To see if anyone's been.
对啊，那这样子的话，这个其他人都有不在场证明，可是这2个人的互相证明好像不太对，
不太对得上。
就这2个人的互相证明，就是只有他们2个人，可是其他人都有，就是另外在一组人确认他是不是就是，你比如说这2个，这个菲菲，他可以证明 Poppy。可是这样子的话，那还有一个脚步声往下的脚步声是谁？因为他讲说有听到2个人的脚步声。怪怪哦。跟 Pointer 教授谈谈。来问看这个金甲虫。
We found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long?
成为天文学家多久？
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not
并非
really
真的
interested
对
in
天文
astronomy
学
at
感
all.
到兴
What
趣。
could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
金甲虫。
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right.
转移话题
That's why you
哦。
like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Pointer 的望远镜，像是在看犯罪现场。
在现场，
而不是对准天上。
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the
我觉得
sky.
合理。
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of what? Spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare.
你就是凶手吗？
Could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
是不是看到了什么？
When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
哦吼！
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window.
啊，
I
在床。
couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
嗯。
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your
又
window?
不讲
Can
话
he see you?
讲话。要跟 Papi 谈谈。看过了。
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
对，我应该去找 Papi 见你。
我刚刚想说你怎么说要找 Puppy， 然后按到 Penny 那边去了？
Yeah, I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya.
对，我们讲完了呢。要谈论他老爸。
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Yeah. 对呀，的房间。
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
讲出的盒子。
这是
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
目前没有看到盒子。
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a
在床
vivarium.
头柜上面那个吗？
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
他有说，他之前有说这个是拿来装昆虫的，可能会养昆虫。
日文看看哈欠。
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No.
看看机甲虫
Where。did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
该去质问一下那个园丁。
或许有道理。
对你的未婚妻有什么看法？
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
Oh?
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that.
好朋友。
Clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Something wrong. 这个是什么？
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
都问完了。
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
然后8点档剧情植入没有什么用。看看下来该干嘛？立体谈谈。问他这个虫虫。
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you would?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
我们看看他对 Poppy。
Poppy Pointer. Age 19. Profession. Oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
没收到什么东西耶。
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
哦。
Hey, look, it's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
看看他知不知道这个画。
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her
Oh,
not to be ridiculous.
Poppy.
My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Poppy.
It's an illustrated
It's
book,
been left
or
over.
it was left
Ever
over.
so slightly unnerving.
再问一下他这个。
我觉得要问一下
Do
这
you
只
know
鸟
who was reading this book?
的事情。
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
要问谁？搜查 Poppy 的房间。
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
Oh, thank goodness. There are 7 wouldn't want it to be dark in here. That is the
I
bed.
thought vampires.
This is a vampire who needs firm support.
More handwritten sheet music.
要搜查什么东
It's an
西啊？
octopus.
No, it has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus. Gloomy.
But roomy. Sheet music.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
哎，对，没错。看 Poppy。
Yeah, it's
越
mine.
来越有趣了。
哎，我有问
Can
弹
you
奏
play
吗
the？ tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
anytime.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
哦，现在应该去问，对，就问这个哈夏的 Pointer 教授。
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
$314 cases solved. 314.
又卡住了，大家该干嘛
家伙很猛的。
？Felix，
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. You found it. What,
他是什么老年中二病吗？
I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
So, this painting. Specifically, that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we
那
didn't
其
find
实
the
羽
knife anywhere in
毛
the room. So what's going on?
我都不说话。
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
忘了，不急。
要的，然
Let's
后就
take
是
a
鸟的那
closer
个
look at this.
鸟类树皮。
这个，这只不过是一根羽毛，来自墨姬鸟。
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
木雕，彩绘模型，有 Flora 那个彩绘模型。
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
和一根羽毛，纪念它。
The ink dip bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The ink dip bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather to show her friends. Nope.
墨姬鸟和
就对不上。
卡皮帕拉晚安 ，Capib 29 say he。
哦，晚安，晚安。
我以为要睡觉了，晚安晚安。
哦，麦丽丝，晚安，欢迎光临。我正在解谜。墨姬鸟是 Flora 草，所以它养了蛋吗？纪念它。
Ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept Flora's egg to remember it by. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
哦，这个
有一点进度。
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe.
它过海。
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring up.
它的中文化有点
Either way, she kept the feather.
有
I
点
think it
不
was
好
pretty。important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally.
对，它变成是
This is
直
where
翻
Flora。usually keeps her feather.
那
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something.
It's just a pile of books. Wait, there's some.
哦， 逗你的、爱你的 Freya。
有
哦哦，
关于那只鸟的画像，记录
大
他们
概干嘛？
抚爱那只鸟。
该跟 Face 谈。
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
看看知不知道个蛋好
Does
了。
Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
I'm as confused as you are. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Poppy.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
该干嘛？
讲的废话。
跟菲菲谈谈。
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
动机。
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right.
Why?
Why?
I do not know why. Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
跟菲雷斯谈，可是这老头都在讲废话欸。
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower. Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
诶，这个耳机是他的。
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
哦，交代不清。看痱子。
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
所以那个耳罩确实是他的。
对。
Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
Poppy and Freya.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. A book from the library, one of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense.
Fifi 说这个望远镜只能看远的东西，它不会是显微放大的那个。对，他讲说他是手持的显微镜，就是错的了。
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So that's what you were looking for in the
他讲说在这边很多这种甲虫，所以他要找到这个东西。
The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
它根本就不是显微镜。
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope, according to Hawkshaw, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The handheld microscope, according to Hawkshaw, uses a magnifying glass, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Nope. A microscopic lens, according to Hawkshaw, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. That's not right. Fifi's eye gear, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just... The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me. I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Huh? Nó quá free à?凶手
B 呢 ？Freya 自杀。
Somebody taken an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat? There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all
那只帽子，那居然是个帽子吗？
Used to. There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too.
问一下那个画像吧 ，Flora 的画。
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
哎呦，干嘛？刚卡住了哎！
要卡关了。
跟 Penny 谈，到底要谈什么？
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is?
我认为
In the photo?
想问，就想问那一张
Absolutely no idea.
Freya 画给 Flora 的那一张画。
It's that bird.
这张图。
But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. Lovely. Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. How terrible.
You recognize it?
Color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Oh, that's rather sad. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
OK，我问完了，下一个干嘛？搜查菲菲的房间。
That's a whole lot of books. Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah. I don't know what that drink is, but that's even worse.
Crystal chandeliers.
I don't know. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't?
Why? Should I start?
You can pull up.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Hey,
I'm not
有
sure
解
this
谜
is
了
a。microscope.
他要拼接形状，
拼把它拼成下面那个，
把它拼成完整的钥匙形。这是最大的，所以最大应该移到这里。
我要先这个搞清。
觉得剪的那个是要到最右边，因为那个地方很显然就有点太大。右边那个。
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
那我不是已经煮好了吗？
No, that was it.
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built. There's a book in here.
完的，得去找菲菲了。
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
就这样。
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist, deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Yo. 一把刀。
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Fifi 说你拿了一把刀。
So,
这就有趣了。
I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What
about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Hmm? 华丽的铲子，对飞是用来照顾再花地点在 Poppy 的 Annie 的房间。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
我还是对。
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Let's take a closer look at these.
这个图和这个 Poppy 的，又发现有花
The
园。
pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden, almost. Maybe just change one. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again.
Wow.
When she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
对未婚妻的执念。 好可怕哦！
这家伙。他是真的很喜欢这个，他是真的很喜欢 Benny， 已经到执念的地步了。What the heck?
Oh no.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune. Drawings.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two. One of them's holding a red rose.
Oh? Akasha.
Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simple.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well. Painting supplies. Painting supplies. That painting.
Why?
Maybe Freya
the
enjoyed.
atmosphere.
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph. Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight. Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Do you think this was always...
I don't know.
No windows either. Do you think this was always...
I don't know.
No windows either.
Okay.
It's one of those big... Why not?
Might be haunted.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody.
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. How sweet. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah.
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
So, there are secrets written here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Oh.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Look at this. 有点类似。
This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just... This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belongs to Fifi. Nope. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
为什么要做这两件事？ Fifi 不想让人家看到。 对呀。
谁进来了？
Fifi didn't want anyone to see Freya within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one.
的秘密。
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right.
Oh.
Finally. What's in there?
他回来了，这次有实际的。是我吗？是我放出去的吗？也许我该把那幅画撕了。爆魂蟹有用了，惊人的小东西，我现在有2个，还需要2个。找到了通往中间的路，和竖琴比起来意外简单。我看到共格，已经涂黑了。不管发生什么事，依然有一个诺言要遵守。我会努力。他需要一些陪伴。啊？
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a note stuck to the
What
back.
does it say? Grimoire?
这是我的新朋友，他喜欢音乐，简单的旋律会撼动他的灵魂。祝你们2位好运 ，Freya。啊？
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this.
What about the little wooden...
Maybe we can put it to some kind of...
Oh. Oh. 未完的事物。
到一个节点了吗？
感觉像我们越来越离真相越来越近了。好起来，门铃。
It's one of those big pianos.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
他弹这个。
It's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
"再来看一下这个竖琴上面缺什么？门铃、钢琴、小鸟、小鸟。
小鸟跟应该是某个人唱歌的声音。
They're bird cages. But the birds are...
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
没有声音。再来去这边看能不能找到小鸟。
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
Mm-hmm. In a garden.
没有呗。声音。
It's piano music.
它是这个。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
现在需要找到小鸟的声音、歌声。它在哪里可以？ Penny 的房间。
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Oh?
Nope, they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
我生气。
Nope.
There must be something to do with those white lines.
Nothing.
I think the birds are...
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors, you'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
这个，这样子，这样子。
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Oh.
I guess that's
It's a
wrong.
family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
I guess that's
It's
wrong.
a family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
I guess that's
It's a
wrong.
family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
哎呀，这个。
No, that was it.
Nice work.
哦耶，开喽！
Did the door open?
哦，
现在我要对付。
Looks like nature. Rude.
跟 Penny 谈谈。要对付谁？
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope, you'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
So... Yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses.
and who they belong to.
没有红玫瑰的证明。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding? I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter.
我觉得他有点像是要进入情杀的环
It's only
节。
accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access? Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
对，得不到就毁掉。嗯，哦，这个欧尼的一只鸟，勾切字 ，Fanny 跟 Fanny， 那不太对。 为什么 Penny 决定去屋顶花园，又是怎么去的？这个花，
Penny's flower was given to Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. Nope.
Penny 的鸟可以进去，用来监视。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those 2 have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz
of
anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden. We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
羽毛。
Let's take a closer look at these.
这个来自于让他去屋里花园。
Was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden. I can't stand it, knowing the 2 of them are hidden away
我的天哪！
private little
我就知道，
I couldn't risk spying on them myself.
我就知道。
Tabitha to do it for me.
Oh yeah.
I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence. Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little? You don't.
他正在跟我的老公偷情。Oh my god.
Seems to bring him out of his shell.
Oh no.
What he sees in her miserable.
我哪里比不上他？哇！Oh my god. 哦。
I don't like mirrors.
这下可有趣了。
超级有趣。
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a
I do by
mirror?
weight. I can feel if one side.
哦，这边也有小鸟，那个鸟浴池。
这下可有趣。
哎，对耶。
That's all formalities, I think.
So what do
Should we go back to the garden?
去花园，来解开这
Let's
个。
try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this
然后
now.
弹竖琴。
That's gotta be wrong.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
哦，密室。
but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
和莎莉说话，能说而已。这些还有。
That's all the statements. Let's run through them all.
对啊，是缺了什么东西？为什么不能进去？收集所有线索，完成所有嫌疑犯的嫌疑。和莎莉说话，判罪现场。我还有谁还没有完成犯罪嫌疑调查
？Felix。
对。该先去找 Felix。
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. What's this all about? Some kind of... Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
Right.
Half the room is a big...
I don't know if you can call it the sudden absence of wall.
Freya's painting supplies. Freya's painting supplies.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
There's something about Felix's paintings, something.
Let's ask him about it.
哦，你可以完成证词的。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
这不是你的颜料罐。
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's red paint pot is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Almost. Maybe just cheap. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
"用来填满这个红颜料罐。"
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot before Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope. All of the paint pots contained this red paint pot before Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right.
不是，你最后一个要改一下，最后一个不是这样子。
对，这个红颜料罐不含血。
This red paint pot contained no blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change. This red paint pot contained no red paint before Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right either.
Oh.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, hello.
That's definitely.
声音又变了，对不对？
对。
Here's the story.
我又换了耳机。
I was busy working
耳机有好几
a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could
我们正在精彩部分。
while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
The painted flora was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to hide the evidence. Nope.
尿罐的血。
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife. Almost. Maybe just cheap. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a
一
question.
开始的观察是对的。
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in
阁
the
楼上面射杀吧。
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated. Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
前往密室。
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
哦。哦。地下秘密。
What's in there?
虫。好多虫虫。
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Bugs. Big ones.
超大虫虫。
Looks like they're made of metal.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
解谜。
Safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
哦。
一些华容道的部分，这是类似华容道的部分。 揭迷宫那种感觉。
这里应该是要能够接到
底部那里。
嗯。
晚安，卡皮帕帕拉。
晚安。对，烧脑。
这个木棍看起来好好吃，
但它现在看起来不怎么好玩。
我超还没解谜完吗？
对啊。这个没有地方可以。诶。
卡皮加油，我先open。
好。
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key.
No, that was it.
Nice.
Yay.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
好，解开了。
没错。
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
金甲虫。
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
哦，Pointer 一直是回忆起甲虫，在这地下实验室
has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Let's go. 最底层。
We're too late.
还有一层这么深哦。
This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
哦。
So what's the photo?
这边也是 Fiora， 这个是这个雕像。
Do you know who it is in the photo?
他应该是他老爸吧，或者之类的。
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
彩绘模型对。
Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Oh. 花人。 爆魂系。
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I
Let me guess.
Oh.
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass.
这边还有东西。
Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
你要去找这个厨房。
Let's not wander off right now.
有什么？
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has for a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up. I want to find that
去找这个神奇的房间。
Wow, it's dark all of a
How
sudden.
long were we down there?
看来我们要到
How are we supposed to get
要接近那个真相了。
真相了，对。
哦，有楼梯。
A ladder.
Wanna go up?
Let's go.
Here we go, man.
哦，长至今
来了，世界的真相。
哇
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
哎，听不见。
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
哦，阿夏克
Dragon?
大蛇
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
那艾斯塔在这边。
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
这几页被撕掉了。啊！
An incinerator built into the wall.
哇！
It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
涉碎布。
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. Now, I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know. That doesn't
We
seem...
need something that could attach to the...
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. With... That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. With lines drawn on top of it.
哎，哦，这个，
照片。
我已经
painting
自己先用出来的。
And those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. We still don't know what's really going on.
哎，有地震吗？
没有啊。
看手。
是吗？
They called this room a study.
小杨说有地震。
Of doom.
因为我的
Crumpled up paper.
好
Is there anything
Not
written?
really. It's mostly blank. Crumpled up paper.
Is there
Not
anything-
really. It's mostly. Is that a crab?
It's got a trail.
Also,
你
crabs.
的荧幕在晃。
对我的荧幕，
Grimoire, don't
我是
you
用
think
笔
it
电
looks...，
那我笔电的荧幕
I
很
guess
薄，
I
that's
don't
然后我
think
就
we
看
need to
What do you
get...
mean?
We have all the information we need in our case.
动。哦，
哦，打开。
关节可以动。
This crab really...
That little wooden.
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
应该直接找这个，哎不对，哦，应该看我那个他的儿童读这个，打开，两个都是打开这样子。
Is that a...
It's got a...
Also, crab.
这样子开，这样子打开，然后这个样子。
I guess
I
that's...
don't think we need to. We have all the information we need.
不要往上一点。
左手大哦，要往上一点。对，不用到那么上面。
Perfect.
哦。
对，然后前面往上，对，没错。
那我们看看找到了什么东西。
What's this?
解谜游戏叫 Tangle Tower。
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
哦，哎，十字弓。
What is it?
然后用来发射那个。
Was someone trying to hide it from us?
I don't know. But it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
那个削尖的铁棒。
哦，我们已经找到了。这个一定是放那个狙击镜啊。这个放绳索。金属棒。应该是这样吧。
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that
我
doesn't
觉
mean
得是
we
凶
solved
器
the。mystery.
为什么？
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
哟。神秘生物载体大使。黑木。
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another
个
photograph.
人。
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
尾鱼。6凶杀案。
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
上方发射
It was
的
fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow
所以
was fired
Felix
through
才会
the
听
crack
到
in the
2个脚步
floorboards.
声。
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
维亚已经平躺
lying on her
了。
back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
对他可能是他会这样。
因为那个 Pointer 教授说，这个 Fiona 她已经会晕倒了啊。
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
这是什么东西？颜料味道，有可能。
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
金甲虫。
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them.
因为金甲虫它会发生很大的声音，会直接把他们震晕。
Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. And I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't. But I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
讲到了什么？卡带吗？
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
戴着耳罩。
哎呦，
They protected themselves.
How?
当然想办法保护了自己。
起来。
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
Not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Oh.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look. I can see the stars. The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. It's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
灰烬。
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
鸟。
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime
小
scene
鸟，
recorded just
一定是
before
小
the
鸟。
murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting. The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
小鸟。
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did, but
哎呦。
she's a very good listener.
你怎么在这里？
Well, Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why
就
did
是
she...
凶手。
If you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Captiva 29 cry.
哇，一切都上了。
Is that right? Interesting. Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you? Absolutely nothing. So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately? Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at
快
all.
受不了
She
了。
pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those
这女人真是心机城府太深了啦。
living at Tangle Tower. It is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't
赞的
you?
赞的，非常赞。
Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that
租房的那5个人，
question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
发现了什么？租房吗？
The study, the one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night, deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end, the paint would peel, wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19,
书房里面
found a single
见的
object
笔
that
记
rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety.
感谢上一代的纠团，我们正到精彩的部分。
The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves,
今天是侦探风。
taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
哇，所以你把他们全部宰掉了吗？
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest.
Pointer 教授。
My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
金甲虫。
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective,
所以他就自己假扮这个私家侦探。
she arrived the next day.
Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole
偷
Pointer's
走了
research?
Pointer 的
I would
解
have done
救。
if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator.
丢进
However,
焚化。
possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
为什么要杀弗雷亚？弗雷亚非老树所愿。终于要到精彩大结局了。
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge.
他对你太好，你居然杀了他
Take the blame.
！What the heck？
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That almost makes sense, but it's not right.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was
太
probably
可怕了！他对你好，你居然杀了他！
She couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps
所以你就带走了他啦？
free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes,
Oh.
found that photograph.
所以他才要杀他。
Quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors.
Oh my god.
Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was
为了
for Flora.
Flora，
She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
原来是这样。
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Ah, well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still
还在，
here?
他还在收音机里
Still
面。
inside the gramophone.
Oh shit! Oh no! 哇，我居然没死。
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently,
Oh.
they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us because he liked Penny a lot.
未婚妻
What
居然是
happened?
杀
Fitz,
手。
what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
被你逃走了。
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
哦，我完全我们破关了，好耶！好耶！我们破关了，太棒了吧！终于破关了，
恭喜！
好耶！
可以下班了。
可以下班了。
所以我是被打上坏宝宝标签了。
对。
为什么？为什么？
我 在他推理的时候插太多嘴，我太快把结论讲出来了。
你好雷，我都不讲话。没有啦。
因为我跟着一直在看，因为我跟着一直在看他的那个整个过程，所以我脑袋，所以我那时候脑袋整个是跟着一起在转的。
我自首，我完全没在看，我就开着一趴音量挂台，然后隔壁做搭建。
美术画廊，好耶！好了，我们今天成功的破解了一桩悬案。
确实啊，
好累哦，好累哦，快5个小时。
可以回家了，
可以回家了，好耶！下班喽，
下班喽。
我看了必须改掉我歇斯底里的坏毛病啊。
天哪，好累。
不过这个游戏整个剧情真的很不错
哇，
惊讶到很令人惊艳，
大震撼。再来，
其实我在看到鸟的时候，我就大概知道是，我就知道是 Pennywise 啊，就知道 Penny 那个 Penny 了。
刚刚有地震警报，
我这边没收到啊，什么东西
啊？
可能北部这边比较弱吧。
对，那我们就进 ED 啦。哇，好累哦。
好哦，
好累哦。
该睡觉了。
我也先下了，我也
睡觉了。
ED，
你该睡觉了。
哇，感谢今天大家陪我玩完一整款游戏。
哇，你今天也播了快5个小时了，也够猛了。
赌2啊。
不错，好了，我要进吧，我们等下再来看要降落到哪里。
现在应该没几个人在播了啦。我要去赶着睡觉了，卡皮晚安，
辛苦了，
拜拜。
下次再进来吧，
拜拜。
辛苦啦，
好耶！去我国那边好了。快乐的玩完了一款好的游戏。等一下大家去果果那边记得要礼貌啊，再动动小指头追随一下。那我们就出发过去咯，大家晚安。